Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the stream. It has been some time since I've last seen you. Honestly, I haven't seen you since last year. So, how have you been? Uh, how are things? Um, welcome. Welcome to MouseHunt's Art Edition of the Feedback of the Fridays. Today we are going to be doing art, and I'm going to be basically just painting live, asking for your ideas, feedback, etc. So if you're in the chat, hello, welcome, and looking forward to getting your input. Because I'm going to need some ideas, some guidance, some kind of like of the fun community kind of, potential. Um, so let's see what we're going to be doing. Okay, got some in the chat, kind of predicting the plans for today, and you're pretty close on things. We are going to be doing a trap skin for the birthday event. Um, Howl's moving castle trap skin for the stinger today? I wish. I wish. Unfortunately, no. Not today. Not that. But I don't know. Maybe we could do something in that realm. Not the stinger trap though. That is the thing. We actually already have some trap skins done for that are in the pipeline. So I will not be working on that today. But you can look forward to some new trap skins for that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess. Okay, actually, yeah. Was it the last stream I was on? I had a like smoke pouring into my apartment, and I had to cut the stream short, and that was the last time you'd see me. Oh boy, yeah, that's an interesting way to kind of like be the last time, and then just no more Jacob streams. Where did he go? Who knows? No, I've had a bit of a time. Interestingly, nothing to do with kind of like more smoke in the apartment. A lot of pet health issues over the holidays, unfortunately. But they're doing okay. Uh, it's been quite something to deal with, but things have been pretty good, all considered recently. Got three senior animals that live with me, and so they decided to all kind of have some some health issues. So it's been pretty intense and nonstop, but things are stabilizing, at least as well as they can. So yeah, but yeah, neighbors did a fire drill. Yeah, I did end up kind of like going down to my neighbors below. It was actually them. They, I guess, maybe left something on the stove and it really burnt bad. Um, but everyone was okay. No one got hurt or anything, so we're good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hopefully, no more of those. Yeah, I've had the apartment like have bad kind of like someone's burning something smells like before that happened. Thankfully, not since. I think maybe they're kind of they've after I kind of was down at their hallway, kind of banging on their door, making sure that they were okay. Trying to check in, and I like called the super and was ready to call the fire department because I really did like suspect there was the you know some kind of fire or something down in their unit. But after they kind of answered the door and we're like, we're okay, I think they're a little more conscious about their practices with leaving things on the stove. Perhaps I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it seemed like perhaps some kind of cooking thing like melted down kind of level, like plastic handle or something. I don't know. It was not a fun smell. Um, but yeah, trap skin design inspired by last session's fire. Who knows? Okay, so we're going to be doing trap skin for the birthday event. So I'm actually just going to jump right into that view. We are going to be working on the massive mecha snapping turtle trap because it's a cool one, and I want to see like 20 trap skins for this because I don't know, like this is a cool trap in my opinion. I don't have it yet, of course, because I'm not like as cool as other people. Um, but working towards it, and I don't know. I want fun, cool skins for it. I know it's not one that's in every player's hands, so there is that element. But we're kind of doing a nice mix this year, so I think there's a little something for everybody. And yeah, this should be a fun one. I don't have any kind of like plans or ideas for like what I want this to be. Obviously, it's going to be birthday themed though, because I do want it strongly themed. Um, we're going to be doing a good series of different kind of trap skins for this over time. Obviously, not just like, oh yeah, we're doing a bunch right now and that's it. Obviously, it's kind of like the School of Sharks, right? Like that was best in slot trap for quite a long time. I suspect this trap here is going to be kind of holding that pillar for a while. I don't think we have any plans for future hydro immediately or anything like that. And it's like hydro's had some good play, so it's probably going to be a period of time before we kind of like do something new in that zone or in that space. So I feel like this trap is going to hold space. Maybe like if Ronza chromes it someday down the line, that'll kind of be like, okay, new set of trap skins for it. But who knows? Maybe by then we'll figure out how to kind of be like, oh, you can apply it to both versions. That's a Jacob kind of like, wouldn't that be? So don't go around being like, ooh, that's happening. Probably shouldn't have even said that idea, but it's something that we've discussed and would love to be able to do. But that's not a thing right now. So there you go. But yeah, we're going to be working on this. I have zero ideas that I'm kind of stepping into. So please, like, start sharing some just concepts, whatever. Again, birthday ideas. And I'm just going to start sketching and we'll see where it goes. So today is going to be like a really just kind of like sketching day. We're just going to hang out, scribble things. We'll see if we get to like, oh, I love this idea. Let's start rendering it. If you're unfamiliar with the art streams, I tend to just stream for several hours and take a break at like 1 o'clock. I start at 11, and the lunch break is like an hour long, and then we come back and keep going. Depends on what we're doing. If I end up taking the break in the middle and return, but if you're watching live, just know that that's the thing. Uh, so yeah, but I really do want as much kind of like input from you all in the chat because I like. So here's an interesting thing that I saw like just kind of conversation wise on Discord. Um, there are people that were kind of talking about like, oh, I want the artists to kind of like use their own ideas. I don't want them to be influenced by kind of like the players telling them what they want. It should be like the artist's kind of like choice. And I respect that. It's very like cool because yeah, I also feel that way about artists. They should have their voice and their ideas. But I do a lot of art for this game, and I get to do that all the time. I get to kind of like just take things in a direction that I'm interested in, much more than many artists in this industry, like significantly more. I can just kind of like go with an idea I have, and like the team trusts me, and they're like, cool, this is great. We enjoy this. Whatever you're doing, we're gonna work with it and make it happen. So I have all that freedom. And so for me, Feedback Friday Art Edition is like one of the coolest, most interesting and exciting things I can do because I literally get to give you all the power to kind of like bring your kind of fun ideas to life and put it in the game. And I think that is like such a uniquely special thing that MouseHunt can do. That like is such a rarity in our space, where we do legitimately really want to understand your kind of ideas and your griefs with the game or your dreams for the game, and we seek that stuff. That's why we do this Feedback Friday every week that we can, to really kind of like engage and understand and just have this kind of like I don't know. It is like a parasocial relationship, I guess. But like, we want you to have like involvement in the project, because pretty much most games are just like the studio creates this thing and you get what you get. But like, there's something really special and cool about like giving our community the opportunity to like get involved on some kind of level, you know. So this is like my way to kind of do that, and I have a lot of fun just taking your crazy ideas and trying to make them work. It's a fun challenge, and I would not trade it out for anything. It's one of my favorite things that I get to do. So just know that because I really appreciate uh, this kind of privilege I have of kind of like getting to have a live audience give me really crazy ideas that are like, oh god, how am I going to do that? It's fun. Um, so let's just kind of jump in and I'll take a look at the chat. Let's see if there are any kind of like suggestions to begin with. I'll probably just be like throwing ideas at it and just trying to see if anyone's kind of giving me some thoughts. But yeah, I mean there was the whole kind of like dialogue about like using the neighbor's flaming stove as inspiration for this. I don't know how I'll do that, but maybe we'll try and get something there. Um, okay, so turtle shell could be a birthday balloon design. Uh, I definitely think there could be something there because like it's already this round shape. Um, like you go to like a kid's birthday party and they have like the balloon animals. Could be almost something like that, or it could be like a whole bunch of like balloons lashed together. Are we under the water in that situation? Lots of interesting kind of potentials there. Is the Valor Rift journal theme background that Jacob had before something that is new, or has it appeared before? So that has been something I illustrated years ago. We never kind of like had the moment that we wanted to plug it in. We've been discussing it more. I'll just say that. No plans, but I'm kind of like maybe gonna try and find a way to finally get that in your hands, or not. I'll just enjoy holding it above you all and doing that. But no, uh, at some point, one day, soon.tm. Okay, birthday truffle, turtle birthday truffle for the puns. I don't know if I get the pun. Hmm. All right, balloon design I think is a good one. Um, disco ball for the birthday celebration. Ooh, have a dance party. I like it. I already have a pinata trap skin. How about snap in a box based on a jack in the box? That's interesting. Okay. All right. I like that. Shape of a birthday cake itself. Ooh, I like. Yeah, there's definitely something there too. There's some good ideas so far. All right. Hmm. All the snapping turtle skins have more or less held its original shape design, so it'd be cool to have one that's a bit crazier, less loyal to the base model, if that makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. One of the things that is kind of like a intentional challenge for the artists is to try to emulate the look of or the essence of the trap that it is trying to be. So that's kind of one of the methods where we like match the orientation to shape language to try and make sure that like when you look at it, you're like, I think that is that trap. Uh, so we try to stay in that space, but it doesn't always happen. And so if there's a really good idea that like takes us away from that, it's valid to explore it. But where we can, we try to keep it as close to the original material, just so that like when you look at it, you're like, that's that trap. Because I think that kind of connection is an important element of trap skins. Otherwise, it'd just be like we could just you know make an image that's anything and just say it's for that trap. So I would want it to be connected in some logical way where you look at it and you're like, I get what trap that's for, or at least have a good idea of that's just part of it. Um, mm, it's a turtle, so why don't we use the turtle dessert as an influence, like the chocolate caramel and pecans, like the yeah, the I know the dessert. Yeah, I enjoy those. They're often in my purview during the Great Winter Hunt holiday kind of season, because have people who kind of like are like, here, have like a big box of these as like almost like stocking stuffer kind of idea. Quite familiar with those. Okay, so just kind of loosely getting the main shapes down on a sketch layer to kind of just be like, okay, these are like the most important shapes. What can I do with these shapes, right? If these shapes are kind of like implemented somehow, then it should be recognizable as X-trap, right? But of course we can play it up. All right, so I kind of like this trap, how it like you lose visibility of it as it like, kind of has this like sand mud kind of like kicked up, and it kind of like you have an idea that like its back feet are kicking off or something like that. It just has a cool atmosphere to it. Okay, so this is kind of like the loose shapes I want to kind of work off of. But shell polish gift surprise. Snapping turtle doing surprise party for the mice while hiding its shell, ready to surprise snap its foe. I don't know why, but like it made me think of the is it the Kingbot that has like a kind of like magician outfit on? Like I don't know why, but like just the idea of it like putting on a magic show feels pretty fun. Um, Okay, so there's a lot of ideas we can start exploring. So we have like disco ball, we have balloon, we have cake. I feel like the cake has something there to me. So I'm gonna maybe start there because I feel like that one's pretty strong, especially because we have kind of like uh, this shape, right? Like I feel like can really play off of like, okay, so this ridge on the shell could be like that like detail kind of border icing. I have no idea what it's called, but like where you like bead the outside, and then there'd be candles. Of course, we're underwater, so they're extra awesome candles to be able to, you know, be used underwater. And then I don't know. I guess we'd have to have 18 of them on here, which is kind of cool because it can show like what year it was for. I'm not sure this is gonna look cake-like enough, but it should be fine. It just comes down to how it's rendered, right? And so let's see. We'll probably have some kind of maybe it's visibly layered here. And then to have kind of like this turtle coming out of it, I'm wondering like, would the turtle itself be made of cake as well? Or is it like going around serving its shell? Like, what is happening? I don't know. Um, Turtle pop out of the middle of the cake. Hungry, hungry hippo snapper trap skin. Actually, yeah, that's pretty good. It would work perfectly for this, right? Um, hmm. I mean, yeah, like we don't need the head to be popped out, right? Um, it could actually be like tucked in and if we wanted, you know, make it like less kind of actively chomping at the mice, more just kind of like, hey, I'm a cute cake. But I kind of like the idea of it being all cake, right? Um, I know that the mouse hunt meet, there's always incredible cake creation. Um, Now, I definitely don't think this would be what would be created for that because I know they already have their own theme, which is pretty strong, and I'm very excited to see this cake. Uh, but yeah, maybe this will be a future cake at one of the gatherings. Okay, I don't know. I could see this being pretty fun. I'm gonna lower the shell here a bit, give it a little more breathing room up there. It's more relaxed pose, right? So just kind of adjust things. Maybe I'll make it like sleeping mode. And give it a little party hat too, because I can. Okay, I'm gonna increase that. So I don't know, this is pretty cute. I kind of like cute, because I think a lot of the Mega Mecha Snapping Turtle trap skins will have kind of like this, you know, intensity, because like the base illustration does have a lot of like intensity to it, right? Um, and so it's easy to kind of carry that into any other design. So I don't know, maybe I'm enjoying this idea of like a very cute, little kind of relaxed, adorable one. Okay, so I don't know, I like this potential. There's something cool here. So I feel like this is explored, you know, enough to be like, okay, there's something here or there isn't, right? But yeah, the idea that this would be all cake, I suppose, not 100% that that's where it would go, but it's a good potential. So let's try a different idea. Yeah, the magician skin is such a good one. I agree. Yeah, turtle popping out of the cake too, blowing the party horn. Yeah, just that'd be fun too. Um, Kraken Chaos. How about the Kraken Chaos trap and Bubbles the octopus is doing a surprise party for the snapping turtle? That would be adorable. I don't I don't know if I could do that as a trap skin. That seems like putting a lot in one. And as adorable as that sounds, I don't see myself pulling that one off on stream. Um, Magical holiday hat skin for the Deathbot when V4 perhaps. Yeah, cute counterpart to the other trap skins would be nice. Yeah, exactly. I think it's appropriate to have kind of like a range of styles. Like Halloween will like a lot of the time end up being more kind of like eerie and dark and spooky and you know sometimes having a cutesy one. But you know like birthday is very much party celebration, exciting, bright, colorful. Um, and yeah, like for certain trap skins, a lot of them can be like ominous and magical and hyper powerful and that kind of stuff. This one, the Mega Mecha is like just like intense, right? It's just starting from that base. Um, so yeah, just like a really cutesy kind of like oh is fun to have in the mix of your when you're kind of like feeling like, oh, I'm gonna change the look of this trap. I think it's nice to have something that's a little more adorable. But again, like when it comes to kind of emulating shapes and stuff like that, I really feel like there is something with the cake because like when you look at it, it's like, oh, those little like spikes coming off of it. It's kind of almost like, hey, like they look like if you just put a little more of a cylindrical shape to them and a wick at the end. Hey, those are candles. So yeah, definitely can do something with this, and I like the idea of making it a cute, just sweet looking one. But again, I said I'm going to do a bunch of different sketches. Let's try different ideas. There was a disco ball one, which I think is very fun. So I guess we need to make that maybe more round. Now, part of me is like, well, this might be more of a kind of New Year's style thing. But I don't disagree that a birthday is also a cause for a dance party. Okay, so I mean, we literally had done a birthday dance party celebration, which I believe was, if I'm not mistaken, the one of the kind of like reasons the Nanian Rift was able to kind of first crack through the veil, because the power plant thing that was powering the dance party, it seemed to be using some kind of strange energy that caused a weakness. The already weakened fabric from some things that happened in the past. Zugzwang and Plank Run discovering things and escaping, nearly escaping, and perhaps weakening the fabric. But yeah, good times. So yeah, we've done birthday dance parties. So I'm not sure that I'm going to kind of go too far with this one. But let's just keep going. Okay. So one of the things that it makes me think of is the actual New Year's one that we did, which was brilliant. The kind of like at the holding a wine glass, like drink, and like mid conversation snapping turtle is like one of my favorites. It's kind of like, oh yes, oh, Gloria, you don't say. That kind of, So we've done different things other than just like super intensity, and I love it. Yeah, so this one would be more kind of party on. So like glow stick. This is the 18th birthday, so partying hard, sure. Have some like glow in the dark necklace. But again, like as much as I think this would be a really fun one, I do think this would look more like a New Year's trap skin. So that's why I'm saying like, well, maybe I don't want to go too far because I honestly don't see it feeling as birthday as the other ones. And if we really want to do this one, there is like a better event that I think it would be able to work on. So that's kind of, just explore it for the sake of seeing if it resonates in some way. But yeah, I like the idea. However, I think it's better suited to New Year's or something. Disco ball. It's fun though. Okay. So I don't think we're going that direction today, but thank you for the idea. Um, Back of the turtle shell carrying a birthday present. Sure. So like it's propped up on top kind of thing. I kind of want him to look like, "Hi, I have a delivery for you." It's just like strapped on top. With a party hat. Gotta have a party hat. So my question is it like strapped down somehow? Hmm. Turtle blowing out 1,000 candles. All the smoke goes into Jacob's apartment. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I do like the idea of it blowing out candles actually, because it is kind of like lunging, like lurching forward. Maybe it's instead of kind of like chomping, it's just like. Although they have beaks, so that might be a hard thing to emote. But we could try it. Okay, so this is cute. I definitely think this could be a cute one. And I'm kind of liking the idea of like doing some kind of cute one, right? A little mail carrier hat, but it's like, would it? Could we still make it like a birthday hat at the same time? Do mail carriers like have mail carrier hats anymore? Is that like an outfit piece in places still? I have mail carriers that I've seen in my area, and I don't recall them having like a cool specific hat, unfortunately. Maybe it's just not a thing up here. Okay. Sleepy Toidle. Here's a gift for you. Let's see. There's kind of like blowing out a candle. Can I do that? Because the beak is just, I don't even know how to make that work. Because it's like, I don't know, can I make the beak kind of turn into lips? It's like a horse lips here. Hmm. I don't know. I don't, blowing out a candle underwater at that, right? Just a soggy, soggy cake. Hmm. It's Because they don't have lips, it's kind of hard to make that work, right? Hmm. Oh, blowing bubbles. That's a funny. Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's. Maybe that makes a little more sense. You're just spitting all over the cake, I guess. Bubbles come into the nose. Oh, that's a better idea. So now he's just snorting all over the cake, right? Who wants some of this soggy turtle snot covered cake? It's perfect. It's like it reminds me of like Puff the Magic Dragon. Is it? I don't know. Like, didn't he always have magical smoke kind of pouring out of his nostrils? Just snorting all over the cake. Snapping Turtle used Bubble Beam. It was not very effective. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Just have like a candle just floating off. Boop. The soggy cake is just dissolving in the water. It's just gross. Just the like icing is like blurring into the water as it dissolves. Could have little like guppies taking tiny nibbles out of the cake. Yeah, yeah. This I'm having fun just kind of messing around. This is definitely not gonna be the direction because it's just this just ends up looking gross. But it's fun to explore. I think this is going to be cute and fun, and we could play around with the silliness of it, like having it being kind of like dissolving under the water, having little fish kind of like nom, 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 nibbling at it, or just it's a cute little turtle cake guy, um, which I think is probably going to be a solid direction to go in. The the gift on the back is pretty good too because I like this kind of like cute like this is for you. Could be fun, or maybe it's a trap. Just kind of like cool. I'm gonna pick that up now, and then it just chomp. Could work. What else do we have? Cake in the shape of the SS Huntington. That could be fun. Baby turtle as a gift. Oh. Snapping turtle being the sensei of the Ninja Turtles. But it should be a rat then. Oh, turtle gets decorated by the bots. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Make it all adorable looking too, just kind of like having a good time. So like it could be this. Duplicate this. And like have the bots and snorkels like decorating. And like how big do I want the bots to be? Like I kind of feel like they'd be like pretty tiny to show just like how massive this trap is, right? They have like snorkel gear, but it's like that's not, first of all, not necessary for them. but also not how you use one of those. Could have it just like carrying a candle under its arm or something. Looks like it's going to feed it a candle. um, Maybe the snorkel should be on the closer side. Or maybe not have the mouthpiece, just goggles. It would make more sense. Or a diver, like diving bell helmet. Don't really like the bots in every trap. That's fair. Um, I enjoy adding them to like everything because I think they're a lot of fun and cute, and I enjoy, figuring out silly things to make them do. But totally fair. We do put them in a lot of things. I know that a lot of people enjoy that. I know I do. But we don't need to do that. So, fair enough. I think this can kind of stand on its own. Yeah. Bonus points if the turtle's asleep while the bots decorate. Droid in the scuba suit. Like I don't know if it like really enhances it, then great. To be fair, the other trap skins for the birthday, thinking about it, I don't think they have any bots in them. So it's definitely not a case where like every single one has them. So, if it's the right thing for this piece, I will add them. Otherwise, covered in birthday cake and surprise snap jumps out of it. Yeah, like that's also like a great idea for like the birthday cake surprise kind of thing where there's someone hidden inside. And what more perfect kind of opportunity for a snapping turtle to take a good chomp out of something than to kind of be bursting out the side of a delicious cake. So actually, let's just see how that would look. Um, Again, like I think this kind of goes more into the like, oh yeah, that's like more on the uh, baseline intense version of a trap, which like this meets pretty effectively. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I could see this being a lot of fun, and that's like very valid too, right? Like, is it fun and interesting and dynamic and like unique? Then perfect. Like some kind of variety, right? And this is kind of silly, but it's still like true to the trap. Now, here's a question. What flavor of cake would this turtle be hiding in, I wonder? Yeah. If you had to get kind of like put inside of a cake and you were sitting there for a while and you were able to just kind of like hang out and eat the inner walls while you're waiting to kind of burst out and chomp on whoever gets a little too close. Take a good bite out of them. What flavor cake would you want to be kind of put into? Droids are greater than minions. They're also, I'm pretty sure, older. Um, they have a lot of similarities, but yeah, I mean the droids have been around for like I think I did the first droids like in year 2 or 3 of MouseHunt, so it's been like 16 years maybe. But I don't know. I'd have to actually look into that. Um, yeah, it was pretty early on that I kind of added the droids. I think was it what was the trap? Where like there was the ambush, which I remember was one of the early ones, but I feel like maybe there was something before that. Someone's got to know. I don't do the trivia thing that Dave does, but I will ask the questions and uh, you know we can figure out the trivia together. Uh, oh yeah, I also do after the lunch break. I have like a Larry link for you all. So seaweed cake with salt. Oh, that's good. That's good. Party poppers coming out of the turtle shell and popping confetti. Yeah, someone mentioned like a party horn, kind of like that idea of it like doing that kind of. We could try it. It looks like it just like chomped on the party horn, and that caused it to burst, which is pretty good too. There you go. Have it like crumpling in his mouth. Not actually blowing through it, but just biting down and causing it to burst that way. Something like that. Okay. Ambush. Introduced 2008? So that was year one. That's crazy. When did Minions come out? $2015? Alright. Well, there we go. Or wait, was it Minions? No, Minions was like, what was the original movie? Um, so bad at this stuff. Like, you would not ever want me on a trivia team with you. Very bad at it. Oh, we got emote train going in the chat. This cake does feel a little small for I point it out and then immediately it just ceases to exist. There we go. They bring it back. Despicable Me 2010. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, so 2 years ahead of that. Now, they may not have been as kind of like zany and, but yeah, similar vibe. Okay, so what do we think of that? I can't, I think it does work. It's less kind of like cute though. Um, so it's a fun gag, but I don't know, like I almost prefer the snorting on a cake. Uh, this is cute, right? I think that's good. The droids decorating it could be like really adorable. Just inserting these candles that are like almost as big as they are. Hmm. I don't know about the droids on it, but I like the idea of them like putting this party hat on them. That seems kind of adorable. Hmm. The angle of the like the top of the cake here, maybe we kind of tilt it back a little bit, kind of flatten the top, just kind of considering the angle we're at, maybe it would be a little shallower. We could also make it more like cylindrical to feel a little bit more cake-like. Because it being as sloped as it was, I mean, it could be a tiered cake, actually. That might work pretty well. Tiered cakes feel less birthday-like, though, so maybe not that. I suppose if it's like, a colorful cake, no matter what, that'll maybe feel a little more birthday, even if it's fancy and tiered. Yeah, alright. Well, I do think we could do something pretty magnificent with that. Alright, okay. Any other kind of like directions we want to explore? We're coming up at 12 o'clock, so generally I like to try to have kind of like, okay, here's the direction we're going in, and we're starting to block in flat colors for when I return from lunch at 1 o'clock, or 2 o'clock rather. I would have kind of like, just now we go into render mode. Um, so yeah, generally what I try and do is like 1 o'clock is when I take my lunch. And so I try to have it ready to go from that point on. It depends on, the level of detail. Uh, it's a lot of detail in a piece like this, so I'd be, if it's a simple mouse, can potentially even draw that in a single session, but uh, for a trap like this, unlikely. Um, so I'd be happy if we just kind of get it to a kind of like, oh, we're just starting the rendering by the time I wrap up the stream. Could be a long one, but we'll see. What kind of cake base will we get this year? Yeah, I know what we'll get, but I'm not going to tell you. Can we decorate his nails too? Totally. Yeah. I think so. All right. Let's see. Hmm. Turtle head ripping through a wrapping box could be good too. Yeah, that's true. Similar to the cake one we did, but let's just transform that into. See, the cake one I like maybe even more because of the like crumbly, kind of just bursting, messy cake. Although I guess you can get that with wrapping paper as well. Remember there was like a Jack in the Box kind of idea earlier as well. I guess it's kind of very similar to that already. And I'm not sure like a Jack in the Box feels particularly birthday to me. Um, Get a ribbon on top of that. Okay, so it's kind of the birthday surprise idea there. Croque-Mabouche. What is that? A snap in the box. Exactly. All right. It's an interesting French word. All right. Croque-Mabouche. Is it French? What is this? That is pretty cool, though. Yeah, okay, it's French. Classic French. Crunch in the mouth. Cone-shaped tower of cream puffs bound together by carrot wall. Oh boy. I want one. That sounds very dangerous. Okay. Droid sitting on top of the present. But it's like shocked. I almost wanted him to be like eating a sandwich and throwing it now. Got surprised. Maybe be more like a kind of shocked look. Because they don't like have faces to, express with very much. I don't know if that makes more like the outstretched arms might have worked even better. My sandwich. Okay. Oh, here's the thing. Do I have time lapse? Oh, no, I haven't been recording the time lapse. Okay, well, my bad. I will start that at this point so that maybe there's a little bit of a time lapse by the end of the stream, but unfortunately did not have that for the initial sketching. I like to record it so that like during the lunch break we can kind of have something going on while you're waiting. And then at the end of the stream as well to kind of like review the whole piece and just kind of like comment on things as they kind of zip by. Also for people who are like watching it video on demand after, like once it's uploaded to YouTube, you can kind of skip ahead to the very end and just watch the whole day's worth of work in like a few minutes. Okay, so that's kind of cute. Birthday Jawbreaker, snapping turtle trap skin. this would be like an easy one, just because I get to obfuscate a lot of the high detail things with just like big panels, right? The birthday box. So it'd be like pretty effective for resources. Quick to kind of complete it, which is nice. Uh, like I could combine these if I wanted. It's just bursting out to snort on the cake. Take that. um, let's see. Yeah, if I did this one, I feel like the cake itself needs to be bigger. Does not feel like it would fit the snapping turtle appropriately. It's a lot of candles. All right. Mmm. Yeah, being a little more off balance would be kind of cute too, maybe. But he's just kind of like, what are you doing? Don't interrupt me. Hmm. I think that'd be even more shocked and surprised at it. It's kind of fun. Droid would need an anchor. It's actually kind of cute. I like the idea of just like droids like trying to hold party balloons, but like it would be so buoyant that they need to be like anchored down, and the balloons would just be like, broop. Just like struggling to hold on to this. Where could you go, friend? Like, if I got rid of the party popper and had it doing its kind of bursting out screaming. Let me duplicate this. I mean, advantage of that, less total rendering of crazy turtle face. Droid inside of bubble that the turtle is blowing. Maybe. Trying to think of like what would be the best way for a droid to be like weighed down. I feel like it would just have like a whole bunch of just kind of like weights. Anchored down, just I kind of really like this idea of them like trying to do a regular birthday celebration with like balloons and stuff, but because it's under the water, it's just not. Alright, let's see. What happened to your legs? Maybe he had a piece of cake here. Okay, so could do the gift box like this pretty good. Um, I do enjoy the underwater balloon idea a lot. I'm gonna have to use that in whatever we do somehow. Okay, it's pretty good. Um, so it could still be like cute turtle with just droids decorating, and then we could include this little guy here if we wanted as well. Seaweed birthday banner. Oh, that's excellent. All right. It's a pretty good idea. Little Mermaid theme party for the turtle, seashells on the cake. Could be. Yeah, I mean, like, we are dealing with hydro power type, and the idea of illustrating this underwater is certainly good for it. Um, so why not have, like, under the sea cake decorating theme? Okay, again, we still need like 18 candles crammed on top of that. Clinging on for dear life, like Lunar New Year Lantern Ascension reward track moves. Exactly. Small Sebastian Crab cameo. All right, playing like the shells or something. Doing that big grin. Hmm. Definitely need to do a little bit of like object, like shape, just repair. I feel like the actual shape language of things is maybe not quite there yet. Um, like, do things look like they're gonna fit properly in 3D space? I feel like maybe not quite yet. Lower that portion of the shell down. I think I need to kind of like make this a little more horizontal. Like, it's a little tilted forward, I suppose, but I don't know if I like it being that tilted forward. Maybe I'll undo a bit of this and then duplicate the layer in case I want to roll it back. It's a nice, easy way to experiment when doing like concepting like this, is just kind of duplicating something that's like, it's fine, but let's try something a little different, right? So that way if it doesn't work out, you can just kind of return to the other copy of the layer and go from there. So it's a little bit like scribbly and messy, but I do think that we're seeing a little bit more proper three-dimensional form. It feels like it fits this space a bit better. Hopefully. Like one way to do this would be using, here, I'll actually show you how I would potentially do this off stream. So I have like a tool called like the symmetrical ruler. Can tell it like how many axes you want it to kind of illustrate in symmetry. And then I'll use like a strong color to show what's happening. But if we go with this right here, this center line as our kind of middle axis, we can now create our drawing and make sure that the shape is consistent and symmetrical. Oh, this one's not. You have to have enable snapping on. There we go. I like there being a gap on the side there. So I can kind of see what's happening. Like there's just a gap here, so I can better understand that, oh, it's like a layered cake that way. Okay, and this part would be more asymmetrical, but let's figure out what the center of that would actually look like, and then we can just erase away. So that's more even now. Could even kind of put some markers on it to kind of show, okay, this is like the middle of the top. If I kind of continued these lines down and kept that this will give us kind of like some spacing markers to work off of. Great. Cool. Okay, so that's a little more three-dimensionally sound. So we can kind of like reduce this and render this to be a little bit more in line with that. You know what? I'm gonna duplicate this once more. I'm gonna use clipping mask to erase away a bunch of that. Sorry droids, sorry party hat. And just start those over again. Okay, so we'll do a layer on top of that now. Technically, I should probably just use that purple layer and save myself just trying to redo it, but like have it be less symmetrical. But here we are. Okay, so this ridge comes up here. Yeah, I agree. The tier cake does feel a little too wedding cake. Birthday box mix. Hmm. Yeah, slumpiness. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it was like someone did a kind of quick mix box and it's under the water and now it's just kind of like sagging and soggy. So, that's a great point. It does match the turtle shell a bit more too. Although with the happy birthday banner, the balloons putting colorfulness to the cake as opposed to being like a white cake or something like that. I think that will help it to feel more birthday cake. But yeah, we don't you don't tend to get a tiered cake for the birthday. So let's duplicate this so I can kind of keep parts of it. Hide that. And let's try the slumpy cake again. Because I think you have a good point about it feeling less birthday cake. So let's just kind of... It's like a little volcano. And then we can use these references as like the layers, right? Yeah, it does feel more birthday cake to me. One of the droids with a dingle hopper trifork to help them not float. Doohickey? What's him a thing? Okay. Candles. That's a lot of candles. Okay, we'll deal with the detail of that when we actually go to, render things out. But, cramming 18 candles on there, it's definitely doable. Um, yeah, I think so. That was a fair suggestion. It could even be more kind of like cylindrical, doesn't even need to taper as much, especially because like if the the turtle underneath is still the like regular snapping turtle and it's not actually made of cake, that might look more comfortable because it's like, oh yeah, its shell is actually fitting under that normally. Can space out the candles a little bit more too. So that might be good. And I also think I want it to kind of like sag by kind of like starting tall, and then the further down it goes, the more it's kind of like schlooping. Um, as one does. And actually, I think again, like we can play up the under the waterness of it by having like stuff dissolving, having like the icing run and like just kind of bloom into the water a bit. And then, like, I kind of like the idea of what do we do with candles underwater? Like, are they trying to light them to no effect? Is there some kind of magical fire? What are we gonna do? Okay. Could also be short one candle and have a droid delivering it. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of, you know, different things we could try with it. But I think this is the direction I'm going in right now. It's like a cute, sweepy, adorable, snapping turtle of doom, um, doing a little birthday celebration. He's just a sleepy little guy, and I like the kind of like hijinks in the background. Um, the party hat is kind of getting a little messed up, so let's just kind of redraw that. Just kind of cleave out some good space for it. Okay, we're about half an hour out from doing lunch. Making decent time. Could be like the kind of foil detail at the bottom of the hat, pom-pom action at the top. Who knows? Uh, it could have the number 18 on it. We have 18 candles, so the knowledge is in it, but it's not as like in your face. We don't tend to put like the dates on things that you'll be kind of like being able to use year round. Or like, you want to celebrate the birthday and you bring out this trap skin for the birthday next year. Having like an incorrect candle count is one thing, that's fine. But like having it straight up say like 18th birthday, if you're using it 5 years later, like it's cool to know that you got it from that birthday. So that I like the little, hidden kind of like, oh, if you count them, you know what year it was. But I don't think I want that as kind of like written on it, just for that sake, to be able to kind of like feel like it's appropriate to use it in future years. We will have like 18th written on several things in the HUD that, like you get your horn on browser gets like a fun birthday skin on it. The shield gets a little kind of 18th on it. Um, yeah. What do we think in general though? Like, are we happy with this kind of like as the design? I think, again, like when we were kind of early sketching, one of the elements that I think resonated with this was just it's kind of cute. It has a different energy. It's nice to have like an adorable one, and I think we can make it even more adorable than this really rough sketch, of course. Does that need a string to hold it on? Probably. Let's Small stones in the sand spelling out 18. Good. I mean, like, we could definitely add in more of them, but I think the candles is the hint it needs. Party ball concept is cool too. Is the party ball different from, like, disco ball? Sparklers under the water is possible. Yeah, that's true. Just to have, like, sparklers going off and just, like, tons of bubbles being generated. And yeah, the seaweed birthday banner is pretty sweet. I like that. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Less likely to use something in the future if it has a specific number on it. I agree, and that's why I'm not going to kind of directly write 18th birthday. Um, Having, like, just an insane amount of candles and there's 18 visible, I think still works for the purpose of saying it, but not, where you would use it in the future and be like, that looks wrong. Um, yeah, love this one a lot. Sleepy, happy, cake turtle is great. Excellent. Okay. I like that too. I'm kind of thinking, like, I almost want his, like, his noggin, like, resting on the ground. So let me just duplicate this. Do I have the hat? Yep. Okay. So if I, like, grab that. Oh, what's going on? Here we go. And then move it down. Guess I have to grab. Oh my goodness. All this down here and also move it. Okay, let's see what happens. It's kind of more sleepy time. He's old and tired. Tiny present as a pillow rather than moving the head. That's cute. Why not? And it's, like, crumpling under its heavy head. Yeah, I think something like that's pretty sweet. Not sure about the expression just yet, but Yeah, that's cute. Having it just like resting on a crushed birthday gift. Yeah, I like that. It'll look a lot better when it's rendered out too, of course. It's just concepted in. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this kind of a direction, right? I think there's definitely something resonating in this that will look good. It's definitely going to be, a fair amount to get it to the right place, but I think this is the idea that I want to go forward with. And then we can just, take it as far as we can today, but also like, hey, if we get a lot done on it suddenly, we can play around with excessive details. There's so many things that I'm interested in kind of like exploring with it, like let alone having more fun with droids doing zany things, right? But like the idea of kind of like rendering the cake to be like dissolving, um, just the sparkler candles just kind of like roiling in the water or something like that. Super Brie factory in the background could be just an added detail, of course. Just like the underside of it, maybe. Uh, yeah. Okay. Hmm. All right. So we're at just about 12:40. So we have 20 minutes before I'm going to go on lunch break. And so let's start seeing if we can block in stuff then, because I think this is a decent start. I'm going to drop the sketch down. I'm going to turn the background obfuscation up. But first of all, I'm going to grab some colors from this to start kind of like blocking in. So I'll just use like this neutral kind of gray. I'm going to set the sketch to draft mode so I'm not grabbing that sketch when I'm kind of trying to capture a layer or color. Okay, so let's just start with the turtle. I'm just going to block in. This is a fully opaque brush. So 100% opacity. And this is just going to let me kind of like quickly fill in all my shapes. And then when I go to render, I don't need to kind of like be too careful about making sure I'm painting inside the lines, because I just lock transparency on the pixels. And then I can just go to town and I won't make a mess. This is kind of like my preferred rendering techniques. A lot of the time I'm doing a stream, I'll kind of be like, I'm going to try this, because, doing it live is the best way to kind of like workshop your own different techniques, right? Extra challenge mode, apparently. Okay, so the face should be on a separate layer, actually, than that arm, because the box is going to come between those. So I'm going to cut that onto its own layer. And this can overpaint. And then we can have a birthday box in between them. Color doesn't matter. Yeah, I want it to go in front. suppose this paw here would actually be in front of the box. Paw, claw, what? I mean, it's reptile, so... Claw, I guess. Okay, so then shell. Let's do this as like face. And then we'll do shell folder behind that. And we'll do just like a pink, maybe a little more purple. It should really be like birthday cake base color, which is maybe a little more tan. But we're going to change the color a lot on this. So this is base of the cake. And then on top of that, we might go for kind of this, I don't know what it's called again, but that like detail. Okay. Is it like on a plate, I wonder? Is the shell plate? I'm gonna put a party hat on him. Let's do like a mint party hat. What is that? Oh. There we go. Okay. Party hat blocked in. 15 minutes. Okay. We'll do a layer below this, and we'll go darker and just kind of block in behind everything. Not actually sure how I want to render all that though. Yeah, you know, I wanna have a little pop of fun color is the thing, right? We'll definitely have lots of opportunity to like actually do color stuff. Right now, I'm more concerned about just trying to like put in all the like big shapes first. Then we can mess with kind of color stuff. So if we just kind of drop it out, let it go into kind of the existing background, it can kind of work pretty well with this environment. So we don't necessarily need to repaint the whole scene, which is nice. I like the soggy kind of like underwater, you know, just thick atmosphere feeling for it. And there's this kind of like, you know, light pouring in here, which I think will look really nice with the base if I play that off right. So we got this good kind of like backlight happening. If I hide that, I kind of want to use the same light, right? So I'm going to grab that beak color. We're going to have to like reference this pretty heavily to really make it work. I'm actually going to save this, and I'm going to, maybe I'll do it over lunch actually, pull up the other, like, actually, you know what, I'll do it now, just so I have it. I'm going to pull up, open with Clip Studio Paint, the actual trap, and I'm going to put that off to the side so I can kind of like keep that in perspective, kind of like, okay, this is what it looks like. These are the kind of like the lighting conditions, the colors, because I want it to feel like it's the same snapping turtle, you know. It's just in a very different kind of moment. So overall, I'll probably tweak the entire lighting concept, like make it warmer, make it more inviting and welcome. The original has kind of like this, a little bit of coldness, um, but not a large amount. It's the shell warm bounce light and stuff, like it works well, but I could see it being even warmer, or maybe the candles sparkling would add something to the environment. Uh, so I don't know. It's hard to say since we're still just really blocking things in, but these are things that I'm kind of like processing as I move along. All right, so I'm gonna hide the turtle itself from the original trap, but I can keep the background in, right? Save myself, or like at least keep it easier to know, okay, is this working with the environment? Because I still have the environment up. Okay, yeah. The mint, even more kind of like interesting contrast. Like I could see mint and silver um, in this, and then kind of like capture little elements here and there to kind of like balance the color throughout. Okay, so I'm gonna clip this. We'll go more saturated color. Again, just still building up phase. We're not getting nuanced details yet. Maybe I'll grab the beak color here. There's like lots of cool blue, purple, sorry, glowy bits that we can kind of just hint at here. Get the little kind of fingy rings. All kinds of stuff. But as I said, this one, because it's such a kind of like detailed trap, it's going to take some time to kind of like get this piece where I will want it. So we're not going to be finishing it on stream, I don't think, but we do have lots to do. So when I will go on lunch, we'll take a break, and we'll come back and keep working for a bit. We'll see how long we go. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to lose this like balloon guy. He's awesome. So let's do something for that. Put this back here. Got some anchors slammed in the ground. And then we'll just get like whatever colors. It's probably a lot that would like occur with the lighting condition underwater for like how a balloon might render. But I won't worry about it right now. I just know they do like a weird stretch kind of thing going on where like all the water is like pushing in super hard at the base of it, where the air is just like shoved up right to the very top as much as it can. Got like a red one maybe off on the other side. And maybe the final one is like a orange. Yeah, I really think that they'd kind of like this cyan one is probably not extreme enough. The sketch is making it hard to. Where are you, little guy? Here you are. Yeah, something a little more like that. Cool. All right, I'm gonna save. All right, and we're 6 minutes left. What else do we want to tackle with this? Looks like the turtle crashed an underwater droid birthday. It could be. He's just like, yay, I'm supposed to be here. I don't know. The story will unfold for itself, I believe. There we go. Okay, so we can see our kind of like I got this story droid, which is fun. Probably want to give it some goggles. Should I block the banner? Let's block in the banner. Birthday banner. Alright. I'm gonna hide the background again so I can do this. Okay, and we'll do a layer behind that for kind of the back side of this kelp. It's like strung out on like a clothesline kind of thing. And then we're gonna need it to be more kind of like visible, the lettering needs to have like a certain amount of contrast to it, I believe. So I was thinking doing like gold lettering on it to just really make that pop. Again, really like that idea. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, let's get the lettering on. So again, I think doing like a gold, nice bright one would look nice. Nice. Alright, let's hide that sketch. And turn on the background. And bring back the sketch, because it's really needing that for the read in a lot of spots. But okay, so here's where we're at. That text is backwards. There is that. There is that. We are looking at it from the mirror dimension, naturally. Okay, so let's fix that. Oops. Can I... Going into the sketch. That's the candles. We are 1 minute out. There the banner is. Okay, hide that in the sketch. Go to that. Flip you horizontally. Great. That should go behind like everything. There we go. Excellent. All right. So we still have a lot to tweak on it. The actual kind of lighting and all the rendering, lots of little details to add still. But I think this is going to be a very fun creation. So we're going to go on an hour-long break. When I come back, I'll have a Larry link for you for the new area that came out, relevant to that. We don't have much for time-lapse in this video, unfortunately, but I'll have that going. But yeah, so pop this up over here. And we're going to save. We're going to pop up our timer to be 59 minutes from now. And I will time-lapse, export time-lapse. We're going to set this to all. Yeah, it's a very short time-lapse, unfortunately. So, pardon the, like, busy looping over and over. But yeah, alright. I'm gonna go and get some fuel in me, because I do need that. But yeah, alright. Until I return... Oh, actually I should go lunch break mode. Haha, okay. Good enough. Good enough. Okay, I'll see you in about 58 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back from lunch break. All right. I've been fueled. So, where we left off, we had started blocking in all the colors, did a little kind of quick render, but definitely a lot of detail to still solve and rendering to do, so got a lot of work ahead of us. But I'm pretty happy with where it's going in this direction. Art team likes it a lot, so it should just be kind of fun. Not like too much to solve in terms of like new ideas, more just kind of like let's render it out. Um, I'm not totally certain how I want to handle kind of like the shell, cake shell, kind of like transition at the bottom here. Um, but yeah, I mean, we'll get to that in a bit. So I'm just going to bring this back over a bit. So I have it as a nice reference window. Great. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably change my view. Hello, I'm here. uh, so Kelly had a nice little idea of having like little kind of like giggle bubbles coming out of his kind of nostril or something. Because it could be either he's like, just big smiles, he's giggling, he's asleep, who knows. But like little bubbles could be kind of cute if they work. How I hope they can. So that's a neat idea. Also, before I forget, I do have a Larry link for you. So in the chat right now, go ahead and grab that up. Get yourself some mallets. Motivation, a little motivation right there. 3 of them. So do enjoy. All right. But yeah, I'm just gonna get back into rendering away. So there's still things to kind of like probably block in before we actually start kind of strapping in and detailing everything out. That would be... Okay, so this is the old trap. That's the banner. Let's actually label that. I think this is Balloon Boy. Yep. So if I look over here, banner, Balloon Boy. And above that is the actual trap. Okay. So we still want balloon candles on here. So we have the shell, the face. So I think we can go inside the shell. I'm going to create a folder inside this folder for the candles. And let's create a couple layers in there. And doesn't matter the color, but let's maybe do like a plasticky looking blue. I mean, red might be good too. Yeah, I'll do red. Red is like a good kind of wax color. So I'm going to make these too long to start. And I can go around and kind of chop them down. I should probably end up doing 2 layers of these where they overlap. Okay, and we'll do this layer back here, slightly different color. Okay, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 at the end. Alright, so now I'm just gonna swipe them at the bottom to kind of like place them into the icing, just planting them around. I suppose this one, I would want that to be a little taller. I guess they don't all need to be, consistent height. Even if they are outside of the cake, when they're shoved into the icing, perhaps some are kind of pushed in further than others. Okay, this one kind of goes in the middle. back maybe. Yeah, because it's we're kind of, you know, it's a relatively horizontal surface. We're still looking down at it. Um, so we're still going to get a bit of an ellipse on the bottoms, but not too much. So hopefully these are going to feel evenly spaced out. This one should have been on the layer below, I think, just so that it's a little more comfortable to get at. Pop that down there. Great. Okay, and I think I will actually shorten this one here. Okay, so let's take a look at it without the sketch. And those seem kind of nice little chaotic spacing, right? Someone was kind of like putting them in, and then they kind of like got a little bit like, oh, okay, come on, there's still so many, and I'm just going to shove them anywhere I can. So I kind of like that. Great. Okay. The Great Artuan. Sketch you can return. Okay. So we could do things like, what is the actual cake style? That could be nice to establish. We can start kind of like choosing the colors of things to kind of like set the composition and the balance of things a little bit. I do still want to kind of solve the shell. So one idea could be to like actually grab the shell material here and kind of like let that come through, because we're having it be the actual turtle. We're gonna keep these kind of panels, the coloring. It's not a cake turtle. It's the turtle wearing a cake, essentially. So I kind of like the idea of like having, okay, no, that's its actual shell, and then someone plopped a cake directly on top. And in fact, it kind of like makes the like squeeze out at the bottom even more fun, because it's like someone, like, it was just walking under a table and a cake just kind of slid and just like kind of landed right on its spiked shell and just kind of like smook. And they're like, well, I guess that's where the cake lives now. So that's kind of fun. Like, it could even be crumbling at the bottom, peeling apart as it's kind of like smushed onto its form, as opposed to, yeah, like it was, you know, it was cake all along. It was always cake. So yeah. So I think I'll actually like do that. I'll grab this. I'm gonna put it on top of the. Okay, so candles, you can live here. This is the actual underside. This is the base of the top. Trying to think of how I really want to build it up, but I think I'll do it here. And I'm going to grab kind of a more toned down color there. And actually, okay, I need a little more contrast to see what's going on, I think. So I think if it's kind of more the idea that the cake is just kind of plopped on top, I actually think what I could do is bring old friend here and reveal it. So, okay, no, there's nothing down there. Never mind. We can hide that again. I was like, Oh yeah, he's not laying down. He's lunging in the other image. So of course there's not like just shell perfectly in the spot I need it. Okay, so that's fine. I will just manually render what I need. So turn that back on. We're gonna grab the darker kind of color. And again, because it's like kind of, you know, in the kind of mud and muck, I'm okay with it being a little bit obscured, like what's actually going on here. Hard to see because there's just debris and kind of shadow and mud just kind of obfuscating details. So there, that's pretty good. Okay, so the side of the cake, we could kind of make it more blonde. Birthday cake, I feel like that is a pretty white cake. Get the like colorful, you know, almost like sprinkles dissolving into it, but like seems like your like traditional birthday cake as opposed to like a chocolate or something. And then you can get like really kind of like vibrant icing, and it's like, oh, that feels very birthday like. So I like that. I'm going to even use like, what does Stars Brush do for this? No, that's way too much going on. I could do the occlusion brush might actually be kind of neat for this. Because like you get these like dots of color, but they're actually like bleeding into the cake, right? Like there are these like sprinkles in the dough or whatever that like are just melting into the surrounding area. So I don't know. This is maybe incorrect, but I feel like this is what I've seen. Let's get like a really dark blue. And hot pink. We need yellows. Probably need yellows. Okay, so hopefully that kind of has like a little bit of a birthday cake. Yeah, I'm not necessarily feeling it's correct. In fact, I kind of want to do the waterlogged look, so it'd be like really dark. You know, just it has now absorbed the ocean. So let's actually see what happens if I like hit it with a multiply. It's gonna look gross. It's probably not actually gonna be ideal for it. And I don't know, like something like that can add to the lighting at least. I think I need to start toning down the sketch. Drop that down to like 12%. So I can actually start to see the rendering is kind of the focus this way. Okay, I think I'll tone that down. All right. Oh, actually, during lunch, there was a really good question in the chat that I meant to answer. So, um, question about the conclusion cliff mice. How much input did the art team have over which literary references were included? Was it just Norm giving directions, or did the artists contribute ideas? So I would say for this one, it was like almost entirely Norm kind of like had he had like come up with a huge list of ideas, and we actually kind of like trimmed a lot of it to kind of fit. Um, but yeah, and actually I believe his wife was kind of like workshopping with him to kind of come up with like a lot of the characters, and we just really loved like so many of the references that were like, yeah, absolutely. I know that yeah, there were a few that we kind of like decided, well, let's go in this direction with it, or like choose this character over a different one. Quite a few of the characters we weren't like as artists kind of familiar with, so it was kind of like, oh, we got to do a little research on some of them. Um, and then a bunch of them we were just like, yes, I love that character. Like we were so ecstatic to kind of like have references for these characters. So it was just a lot of fun. Um, because a lot of them are like such heavy references that I don't know. It was just a joy to kind of like figure out how to transform them into mice and kind of riff off of like punny names and stuff. So I don't know. That it was very, very, very much a lot of norm behind all that. Whereas typically it's actually the opposite. Typically it's kind of like um, Norm or whoever is kind of like the lead on the actual release candidate, like uh, the actual focus of it. Um, they'll be kind of establishing and guiding the theming and stuff like that. But it's very, very collaborative. So like the artist will have a huge say in kind of like what the style actually is. Like, oh, we want to do steampunk this time, and like, yeah, let's workshop that, chat about it, create like reference image, like concept art and stuff to kind of like explore that space and pick what we like. But then a lot of the time when it comes to kind of like general areas we've done, it's less like here's a specific concept for a character. It's a lot more here is kind of like the mechanical needs of this character. So like they're a tier one mouse, so they're fodder. They're like common, easy to catch, but they're in this phase of the gameplay, so they should reflect, being a farmer or being a pirate or like a sea creature or whatever, right? But then what that looks like, what the character really represents, is like fair game. Like the art team will be like, hey, who wants what character right now? Sometimes it'll have a little bit of a definition, like, oh, it's like a crusty crustacean, and where he can, normal like throw a name concept into the task, and it can be quite handy to have that as just kind of a jumping off point, the springboard it. But other times it's just kind of like, yep, it's a tier two mouse. It's attracted to this cheese, and it can drop this stuff, or it's supposed to like block the player, or like provide this thing for the player, etc. So like mechanical focus. But then yeah, the art team for the most part just kind of like gets to choose what we want it to be. Um, and like I like both versions of it. Like I like kind of having carte blanche of kind of like, okay, it's like alien theme, and like I want to do a Geiger style image on this character because like they're high tier. I want it to be scary and powerful. But then another one could be like a cute kind of like little slime blob with a an astronaut bubble helmet. Like what is fun, what's interesting. We try to have cohesion in the actual kind of like uh, overall look of the thing, especially like we'll group them to mechanical kind of elements where it's like, oh, these are like mid bosses, these are fodder mice, etc., and we kind of like make them work together. Something that we do as the team is we'll like actually have kind of like uh, a roster of all the characters that are being kind of put into this one kind of zone, where we can see them all at once and kind of like see if they work together, and like from looking at them that way we can kind of be like, actually let's make adjustments to kind of make sure this element is also in that mouse, and carry through. So it's always a collaborative thing. A lot of the time the artist does just kind of have a really loose concept, and they just got to go explore and figure out what they can do with that, and then present it to usually mostly just the art team, where we all kind of are like, yep, love it, or tweak that. And then Norm just gets to see the kind of like, ooh, that's very cool. I didn't know what this character would end up looking like, but this is awesome. And now I get to kind of, solve the description of it. But yeah, for the conclusion clips, it was very much Norm had like this amazing roster of characters, um, we kind of like wanted to, have these nice groups of genres, book genres, and we had different genres that we were kind of like choosing. We ended up kind of like narrowing, like, we had started in one of the genres that or we're anticipating going into one of the genres, and then we're like, actually, a different genre might be a better fit. And then so like the characters that were in that one, uh, we didn't end up doing those ones. We did kind of different groups. So there's just, I mean, there's no limit to like the number of characters that we could have pulled from, but it was just kind of, these were ones that he had really fun pun names for, that have like a fair amount of influence in terms of kind of like historically, well-known literature, impactful literature, that kind of stuff. So he wanted to kind of like have references to those things, and I don't know, is neat stuff. And I'm sure that a lot of people playing through it, kind of being like, "Who's this mouse in reference to?" We'll get to do a little bit of like exploration and be like, "Oh, that's an interesting character," or like, "Oh, that seems like it was, oh, hey, turns out that was a really influential book," or like playwright or whatever, right? So I don't know. It's pretty neat though, and I enjoyed kind of like the kind of like getting to recreate a very silly version of a character that is well known. So yeah, fun stuff. I enjoyed a lot. But yeah, usually it's not that. Usually it's more kind of like, here's the general theme. Here's kind of like specific guidelines to keep it within, a group, and then go for it. Do whatever you want, artists. Reference to mice and men. I don't actually know if we have that in this one. Again, there is just so many that, it was kind of like, all right, Norm, you have a list. We're just gonna go with the list. Like, we don't even need to make suggestions because there's just so many to pick from. And then it was kind of like, oh, I like that character. I want to do that one. So it was fun. Yeah. I in terms of my kind of literary knowledge, I pretty exclusively read like fantasy and sci-fi and that kind of realm. So like I'm aware of a bunch of the characters, but like I didn't read kind of a portion of of the cast. But yeah, but quite a few of them I definitely am familiar with. So I had a lot of fun, and that was kind of cool where different artists would be like, "Ooh, I definitely need to do that character because like I love that book or whatnot." So it was really awesome. Okay, so I'm going to do another layer. This is going to be the icing, and I don't know. Do we want to go with a kind of purple icing? I don't know. That's blue, sea blue icing, mint green. What's a good birthday color? Like I do feel like pink purple is pretty good. Could be kind of more like vanilla icing. Kind of. This is the wrong layer. But I think a vibrant icing is more interesting. So like, but I also want it to like be able to kind of dissolve into the water, if we want to go down that idea. Like I like drawing cakes where the icing is mostly on like the lid of it, but then is just drizzling down the side. Even though, I mean, most cakes you'll have, it's actually just the whole thing is kind of coated in like the sides. It's kind of the normal way to do it, I think, at this point. But it's fun to have it like melting down the sides, I guess. Hmm. Who lives in a shell deep under the sea? Sponge, cake, snap, turtle. I'm not going to do the pirate singing voice. I don't know. Like, do we want it to be iced all around? Do we like it kind of dribbling a lot, a little? What do we think looks most ideal? It's very melty icing. I mean, it does kind of help reveal the form by like having it drizzle, like at a slope, right? It's kind of like, oh yeah, it's not a perfectly vertical walled cake. It's kind of like smushed outwards at the base, which is kind of useful, I guess. I kind of want like maybe it's just like yeah, okay, well you got water dissolving it, so it's like really runny, but it's also still viscous enough that it's holding its shape in the soggy sea. So I don't know. It's a thing, but I'm enjoying the potential of it. I just want to know, do you have thoughts around kind of like how to do the icing that you want to see? Because again, that's the point of the live stream. I want to like explore with your guidance. Cake reminds me of the cake in Sleeping Beauty. Hmm. Like seeing the texture of the cake. Yeah, I think there's maybe a little bit too much dribbling. I think some of the dribbling is okay, but let's maybe like when I step back from it, if you will, I definitely feel like okay, I'm just putting in way too much, right? So let's do more like that. Less is more is something I always have to kind of remind myself, um, where it's like selectively using an element will make it more impactful, make it work better, um, right? Like that does feel better already. But again, like I agree, like more of the cake texture could be revealed. And, part of it is going to be like, well, it's just not even lit. It doesn't have the boundary layer between, you know, the different slabs of cake. So that will also kind of like add to the texture, finger quotes. Um, yeah, that feels more like dribbly cake. So that's okay. Drippy lines are fun. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna let's get the kind of the slab uh, layering happening because that I think adds a lot. You're like, oh yeah, I know what that cake is like when I see those. Yeah. Okay. So let's hop down to below that. We're gonna do um, just do a layer here. I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna go with a really custardy, I guess, layer. Okay, I'm gonna put that above. And we're gonna lose the sketch for a moment just to make sure that is looking correct. Okay, so I'm going to keep filling that in. And we're going to go brighter, and we're going to go darker on that side. I'm going to knock that shadow down quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Currently the cake looks like the ground. Yeah, it should be brighter. I agree. I think that does help a lot. Have a nice kind of boundary. And I want them to be relatively even looking. And let's turn off that sketch. Okay. The ellipse is a little bit wonky. That seems better. Perhaps. Colors getting smushed together. I think that we'll try to make that happen a bit. Like, I kind of love the idea of it. It was just like onto the shell. So like there would be a bit of a kind of like rupture and kind of like it's kind of pulling over the shell form a bit. So like it'd be kind of doing something like that. Like it's smushed up here and it's kind of like crumbling here and peeling apart there. But like that might be hard to convey well. But let's try it actually. So here's a question. Do I want to do just kind of like drawing right over top? I think I'm going to duplicate this layer or this folder and try it that way. So candles I don't need. These I'm going to change to kind of like bend up. We're going to have to adjust the icing. Yeah, it would be a heavily damaged cake if this happened, right? It'd be all smashed. It'd be kind of like this icing's gonna kind of ripple all over it. What I need is kind of like crumbling. So like deep cake texture. And I'm gonna multiply that. Or maybe overlay? No. Darken. Now, this is just kind of like, I'm going to see if it works. I have a suspicion that it's not going to multiply. Yeah. think the icing is kind of betraying it right now. It kind of like doesn't look like anything makes sense. But when I kind of shift the icing, hopefully that'll start to make more sense of what I'm trying to show here. Okay, so I'm gonna grab these and move some of them around. And icing. I don't know, maybe this is working, maybe it's not. It looks a little bit like it's kind of smashed down on top now. Not sure the colors are quite correct though. I think I may need to adjust them to be a little more gold maybe. Okay, so that's a direction we can kind of keep exploring. Or it's kind of like more fitted. Something that might also help would be to have kind of hunks of this over top. Of this kind of rim here. Ooey gooey shell, right? So that's a potential. Let's try some shading on that. Real loose shading. Okay. I don't know, do we like it looking more smashed or not? Yeah, the little smear on the face does kind of look like icing. Well, but he's just kind of been eating cake. Oh, you're right. Yeah, could it, piping. That's the word I wanted to remember. Could we add a second frosting line to the bottom? Feel like birthday cake usually has bottom row of piping. Completely true. I agree. So let's grab that purple. Let's pipe around the base. I think that'll actually help. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then if I do a little bit really loose shading. Right? The emotes. in like my head when I see it at the corner of my eye, just like little emotes fly by, my brain is just going beep, 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 beep. All right, that looks like cake being smooshed. Okay, we can get a another texture on top of this. Let's do a stubble brush. We're gonna go, maybe particle size is fine. Just kind of do this. Let's use like a better color though. Okay, and then I'm gonna make that an overlay, and I'm gonna drop it down. So it's a little pores going on, like little bubbles in the dough kind of idea. We can also do another layer here. This one could be multiply with a light kind of purple. Lighter than that even. Maybe more blue. Ooh. And just to be like a drop shadow for this kind of thick icing. So start by just kind of using a hard edge brush to block that in really quick. And then I might use a blending brush to kind of soften this shadow. It's more to just kind of ground this and like make it pop out from the surface a little bit. Not going in for any like hyper realistic shading on this right now. More so just kind of helping the read a bit by like making that icing stand out a little better. Something I haven't done on this drawing at all yet is look at the value structure. I feel like that's probably going to reveal some things, and we'll be able to make some rapid adjustments that are going to be really quite impactful. Pretty much every stream I'll talk about how important your value hierarchy is, and kind of like making sure everything's kind of like legible using that. So we're going to save. We're going to pop up our color test essentially by kind of moving it into grayscale and being able to see like, okay, if it suddenly is kind of hard to like distinguish things from each other, that means your value groups are not working to your advantage. So like our candles are kind of getting obfuscated into the background, like they're midtones matching midtones. This droid, however, fantastic. You're singing and dancing out here, right? Like big contrast, stands out nicely. Cake, pretty mid-tone stuff. I think we could knock this side down more and get away with that. The turtle needs to be kind of focused on for a bit, I think. Because I don't really know what we're doing with it yet. We need to kind of like establish more really kind of like deep dark areas to kind of like set this is the like the dark kind of values, the hat, the icing, maybe balloons, stuff like that. Those are like highlight values. We got a lot of midtones. So I think we need to bring in more kind of shade tone, like really deep ones, to like pull the focus where we want it. So I'm going to, over top of the whole cake perhaps, which it is called the shell, I guess. I'm going to put a layer here that is a brightness layer. I'm going to grab a really dark brush, and I'm just going to drop some value on top of that and see what that does. right? Like it still has its own internal contrast to let me understand, what's going on between these surfaces. So I can see that, oh, there's still like a distinction of the icing and stuff like that. But it's pulled back. It's kind of dropped into shadow just a little bit more. It's no longer like, the high contrast or the high values. The hat is pretty high contrast now, which isn't a bad thing. I think I want to draw attention to the turtle face. So having a bright color here is going to be helpful for that. We could increase the contrast even more by putting like darks on lights like that and really kind of, now it's like a warning pylon level of like grabbing your attention. Doesn't feel good birthday colors though, so I kind of think we're gonna go with like a silver. Just because that feels the most kind of birthday party hat to me. And we'll work our contrast elsewhere. I think the head itself is going to go darker in spots. So let's actually make that a brightness. Right, that's bringing the hat out even more. I want to look at the turtle head to see like, how does that actually construct? What folds over what? So I'm going to make a folder for just the face. Because there's going to be a lot going on here. This goes down in here. Hat, you can belong to the head instead of face, head. Okay, turn that back on. Great. Okay, so I will start by kind of like filling in. We need the beak, right? Because I kind of loosely scribbled this in, but I didn't kind of solve much of it. So this kind of overhangs here. So now we actually need to solve this. The underbeak here. Kind of has like an overlapping panel down there. And the tricky part is going to be like getting more and more refined in the details and keeping something like a smiling expression. It's very easy to kind of like get really good energy in a really loose scribbly sketch that it kind of is like, there's something here, this expression is working. And then as you kind of like add more and more details and refine the shapes more and more, you can very quickly feel like, oh no, like that life, that vitality, where is it going? It doesn't have the same energy. So it's tricky. It's a thing I used to deal with all the time. But I think just kind of over getting more and more experience illustrating, you just kind of eventually know what is going to work and what doesn't, and just kind of you make less of those kind of situations where when you're kind of going from the sketch to a rendered piece, you don't leave out the things that really make that resonate the way you saw it in the sketch. It's hard to explain that, but hopefully that made any sense. I think you might need to experience it to understand even what I'm talking about with that, where like you can have a really, really excellent sketch that looks great. It's got like a joy or energy to it, and then as you kind of keep going and refining it, it just kind of like gets more static, right? Okay, do I actually want this clipped? Maybe not. Okay, and the side jaw has this kind of like intricate kind of cam hinging situation. Don't get your fingers caught in it kind of level of like yikes. Hydraulic jaw. Oh, that was actually this piece here connects to that. It's like I'm not gonna make it, like completely accurate to the original, because a lot of the like drawing for this for the snapping turtle, admittedly, is greeble, where it's just kind of like random panels and forms that kind of just look interesting. They don't have any kind of intended function beyond just kind of like, that looks cool to me. Uh, so like replicating it is kind of like, I don't know, it can end up being nonsense. It's like video game armor, where it's like if you actually sit down and try and build that, uh, sometimes it just wouldn't actually realistically fit anything, because like these panels and parts couldn't possibly move in these ways that you've kind of designed. So I don't know. Not too worried about it not looking like it's perfect one to one of the original drawing. As long as it feels like the same character, we're good. So greeble differently in different angles, so be it. I'm not an animator. I can't kind of like draw a very specific character and then draw them from many different angles. I don't have that kind of like practice. Um, I don't do an ongoing comic where I have the same character. I just every time I draw, it's a brand new character essentially. So that's kind of what I've become familiar and good at. But it does mean if I need to kind of like have a specific character that I'm illustrating, like they may look significantly different between illustrations. So consistency is not something that I am the best at. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Could have given us an easy snap in the box, but decided to give us a difficult cake underwater instead. Uh, no, I'm totally like self-flagellating when it comes to creating projects, my own artwork. Like I could have, three different ways of doing the same thing. Version A is kind of like this is logically going to be amazing. It's the most efficient. It's the easiest. And then there's kind of like, oh, this is what like most people would commonly do. Maybe it's a little bit, of detail extra kind of challenge, but like it's still definitely going to be smooth sailing. And then you have me, where it's like, what's the most difficult way to do this and the most complicated way, where I need to like create brand new things to be able to even do this. That's the flow that I tend to pick every single time, and it's not ideal in terms of kind of like my own efforts being spent, but I don't know, I like exploring kind of the unknown challenges, seeing what's possible, and I don't fear failing at a thing. right? Like, I'll in fact kind of often set myself up for a bit of, you know, failure at a thing, and just, you know, it is what it is. If I do, maybe I can learn something from it. In fact, yeah. Okay, so he's still got the smile going. It's good. We're gonna get like little kind of like forehead lumps going on. Again, the greeble. The greeble. But yeah, I want it to be the same character, but I'm not going to be able to kind of like replicate every angle, every panel to be like hyper accurate. I just don't have that skill set. And I haven't like developed it because I haven't really had much of a situation that asks for that. It's definitely more kind of like an animator, comic writer. I would like that skill, but I rarely have any opportunity to practice it technically because I'm always drawing brand new things as opposed to trying to recreate something that I have already from different angles or different expressions or whatnot. I guess the Mythweaver is actually one of the things that I've actually had that opportunity the most, where it's kind of like I have uh, a character that I'm kind of replicating, but like every single time I've drawn him, he is very different because that's just part of the idea behind the Mythweaver. He's transformative. He's rewriting reality in himself to kind of like, you know, so I guess that's a little convenient for me. I don't need him to look exactly the same every time I draw him. Yeah. On the other hand, if it's all squiggly, maybe the 18 or XVIII could be snuck in somewhere on the turtle itself. Could be. Again, we have a count of candles. That alone is 18, right? So it is there. But yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to kind of like put in cute little kind of like initials or whatnot. I don't do that as often as I used to, and it's kind of fun to do. I just don't always think of it. But I like Easter eggs, right? Uh, yeah, yeah. The self kind of challenges, as long as it gives you more job satisfaction than stress, workflow and challenging choices. Um, I think because of like who I am as a creator, like it brings me joy to kind of like have that challenge. Sometimes it's frustrating, but like it's almost always a good frustration because I will 98% of the time, um, yeah, definitely more like 98. Like I rarely do run into the situation where I kind of can't solve it, right? Now, it does mean that sometimes I'll take more time than I could have on an element, right? Like uh, a boss or something. I want to kind of push it to be like the most epic, and you know that could end up being like quite a long project as opposed to if I just kind of like was doing something I'm very consistently good at and just kind of like lean into those strengths, I might be able to do the character in half the time. But I like to explore new things, like with my crafting stuff, like making sheaths for axes, handles, that kind of stuff. Like pretty much every time I do a piece, I like to try something different with it, and I don't know. It's just how I roll, I guess. Um, I like novel. You know, if I end up doing the same thing over and over, I kind of do lose interest a bit. So it's a bit of a ADHD kind of curse, I guess. So I don't know. That's maybe part of it. Perhaps. But yeah, no, I agree. Like, it shouldn't be a case where I'm actually like putting some kind of like actual frustration and struggle in front of myself. Like, um, an example of kind of like this chosen challenge mode is me enjoying doing live streams where I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to be doing today. I have no idea what's going to end up going. And I'm at the whim of the audience. Give me ideas, and I'm gonna just try and work with those as best as I can. And that definitely is kind of like an added challenge, but like it's also very satisfying because I would argue that a lot of my best art days are the art stream days, because I'm on when I'm streaming, like because I know that people are in the chat and just kind of hanging out. A lot of the time, just silently, just on in the background, and I enjoy that. That's how people, you know, uh, take in this content. But knowing that there could be people just kind of expecting me to, continue rambling or whatnot, makes it so that I'm not just kind of sitting here and getting distracted with something that I'm kind of curious about. Like I might like be like, it's kind of cold outside today, and that makes me wonder, like, how do like polar vortexes form, and like what's going on, with that, and then just suddenly decide to like research weather, um, and that's not awesomely productive sometimes. Um, Other times, sometimes that somehow ends up being a, you know, going and finding that kind of knowledge somehow ends up like influencing my artwork. Like, oh, I learned how like ice crystals grow, and that makes my drawing of snow and ice more realistic or something. But yeah, um, I'm very good at kind of like distracting myself. So stream is a great way to just kind of, I'm just nonstop. Um, and because I'm nonstop, it kind of ends up entering a flow state pretty reliably, like usually after lunch too. I get into kind of this specifically when I'm doing rambly state where I'm not kind of like, super focused on, chatting directly, like responding directly to the audience. I'm just kind of like letting myself just word vomit at you all. Apologies. Um, because like that occupies a part of my brain that is the part that wants to go off and like learn things instead of, staying focused and drawing. And a lot of the time what I'll be doing is I'll have like a YouTube video on and I'm listening to it while I'm drawing, and it keeps that occupied. But then sometimes it's like really fascinating to watch what's happening and I get distracted with that. That's not as ideal. Um, but like because I'm just kind of letting that part of my brain just exercise or run around and bounce off the walls, I guess you could also say. Um, the drawing part is kind of just unhindered, I guess. And so I tend to have really like nice art days because it's just it like it's called the flow state a lot of the time, but like it's I find that Feedback Friday is one of the most reliable ways that I get into that kind of flow state. Just because I can't allow myself to get distracted in the ways that can impede it otherwise. So it's interesting. Yeah, so it's kind of like wins on multiple fronts, right? Like get the audience involved, get like a good art day that's quite productive usually. Like I work very fast on stream because again, I don't have all these little micro kind of distractions that take me away from what I'm working on. Okay. All right, so we got like an old turtle face that looks smiley. Hopefully that's looking good. can be a bit asymmetrical. It makes it look older, right? If there's almost like a mole looking thing here, but it's not on the other side, now suddenly it's even more kind of like, oh, that's a lumpy old guy, which is good. This is our YouTube video to fall asleep to. Absolutely true. My dulcet tones will send you off to dreamland. You're welcome. Did I draw the original version of this trap? Is it easier to draw a trap skin based on your own work, or is it more fun to create a variation based on someone else's artwork? That's excellent questions. So first question, yes, this is a creation that I made. And to the second question about is it more kind of like fun to create, variations on other people's work as opposed to my own, it's kind of a mixed bag. So I made this trap, but it's also like a very kind of like involved trap, which can either mean it's going to be a lot of fun and really, really interesting, or it's going to be really challenging and kind of like an uphill battle, even though I made it. And that kind of rule works for if I made it or if someone else made it, right? Like if it's kind of like requires a lot of kind of complicated solving, yeah, it's just kind of like almost feels like roll the dice. But I always enjoy doing trap skins because it's an exciting, fun challenge. But I do think that like doing trap skins for other people's traps is more interesting because I'm already quite familiar with my own that I made. And I know I really enjoy seeing what other artists do with my piece, right? To see how they interpret kind of like modifying it. So yeah, I would say that it's probably more I enjoy seeing other artists work on my piece. I enjoy working on other people's work because there's just more kind of like uh, just possibilities, I guess, like more unique kind of things that come out of it. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on if I'm having a good art day with it or not. Sometimes I have difficult art days with a trap, and it's just like, no, it's not working, it's not working, and I'll keep trying things, and it does get a little frustrating, just because it's like, well, I have deadlines I want to meet, and I know that there's something that I want it to feel like this, I want it to look like this, but I can't picture it because that's not how my brain works. But then I just know it's not there yet, and so it gets frustrating at times where I can't quite capture that feeling that I know is right on the tip of my tongue, almost kind of feeling. Um, and sometimes what can cause that is like if the foundation illustration is like a little bit difficult to build off of, like the structure is like kind of complicated, or like the perspective is a little bit off, or something like that. To be honest, the base that all the traps are built on, perspective's not great on that. And anytime I need to like lay out something really accurately on it, it drives me a little bit insane because I know in nothing like if I use proper like layout techniques to kind of like build a three-dimensional object as an illustrator, those rules that should apply will not work correctly because the shape is just not quite correct. Like it does not adhere to, how it should have looked. Like it's just a little off, and so things don't line up. And sometimes I get really kind of like I'm trying to do it the accurate drafting, engineering kind of structurally fitting these things, and then when it doesn't quite fit, it's like so I don't know. This one's a little bit of both. There is some very technical drawing stuff that is underneath this, but there's also a lot of opportunity where it's like, okay, I can just fudge that and just kind of like make it look like it's conceptually in that space. So I could see this trap specifically being a really challenging, frustrating one. If I'm like trying to get it to look exactly a certain way, and like the base drawing is not set up in a way that makes it very easy to transform into that. But overall, I'd say this one's going quite well. So I don't know if that answered your question at all, but yeah, I think it is more fun to do variants on each other's artwork. Yeah. Yeah, using podcasts and audiobooks is like the preferred distractor for that part of my brain. Um, it's just a lot of the time I will have like a keen interest in something. Like I have a focused thing that I'm kind of obsessed with, right? Um, and it could be like blacksmithing one day or like, making a leather jacket or whatever it is, right? It kind of, it's pretty strong and it persists for days, weeks, who knows. Um, and so like there aren't a lot of audiobooks necessarily that are kind of like doing that, you know, like I have tons of audiobooks that are just interesting and I'm sure if I throw those on I'll have that nicely occupied, but there are times when I'm just like but I need to like hear a blacksmith just hammering and that's it. Like the the noise of the anvil is soothing. And that's kind of a lot of the time what's on in the background for me is just like ting 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 people making things. I'm not even like looking at what they're doing. I'm just enjoying the sound and like I'll look over and see the progress every once in a while and be like, oh yeah, it's coming along. And I feel like that's kind of like how people hang out with my stream sometimes is they'll just kind of have it on in a tab and every once in a while kind of look over and see what's changed. And I want that to be exactly how people hang out with me because like I'm not like doing the Dave stream where I'm asking engaging questions and have a conversation back and forth. Sorry, that's not something I you need to maybe like plan a bit more or have like a specific topic to really dig into and have relevant enough information to be able to feed the player base that be able to actually answer questions with the you know perfect knowledge and authority to do so. I can answer a lot of questions, but I might give you bad intel. So yeah. At any rate, happy turtle. Okay, so this here was kind of like a like not an outline, but it's gonna end up kind of playing a bit of the role in the render. But I will probably try to obfuscate it for the most part and use actual rendering to kind of fill the spaces. So let's start doing that. I'm going to go below. I'm going to create a clipped layer. We're going to start blocking in kind of the top surface. In fact, I'm going to go above the sketch. Oops. There we go. Didn't mean to do that to the actual kind of sketch layer. I've taught myself to fall asleep to metal music. Hey, no, totally. Like, teach their own. Love the question that Alex or Dallas posted. Sorry. Yeah. I already answered that, I guess. It is a good question. If I'm frustrated, just ask people on Discord or create axes for your fire drills. Yeah, I mean, like, I would say that there's not too many times when I'm like frustrated with like this work, right? Like, I would say the closest I get is like just bad art days where it's like I really want to like take it to the next level. Like, I would say that I'm almost always happy with a piece that I create, and the longer, like the closer I get to the end of it, the more I like it. But like at the middling stage of something, I might start to be like, it's is it ever gonna get where I know it could get to, you know? And the more it kind of like resists getting, getting to that point where it's like, oh yeah, like things look good. This is correct feeling, you know, the better. But uh, sometimes it takes a long time to get there, and then it starts to get a little frustrating because it's like, am I ever gonna reach that? Is it out of reach? I'm not used to it always being out of reach, kind of thing, right? And then a lot of the time it's just like you just do one pass of one kind of like detail, and suddenly the whole thing is like, oh yeah, no, that's all I needed. I just needed a little kind of extra splash of shadow here, or saturation here, or whatever. And a lot of the time what we'll do is just kind of post to the art team and, you know, be like, it's not quite finished, or I'm starting to kind of like run into a wall, like, what can I do? And we'll always be able to kind of like give each other really helpful kind of advice around kind of like, well, here's what I would do, and do a little paint over even, and suddenly that can just unblock things, which is great. Okay, so I'm going to erase the nostrils back. And I'm going to set this to a multiply, just so I don't get like weird grayscale over top. Eventually I'm probably going to actually mash these layers together and just overpaint on things, just because this is feeling a little more of like a painterly piece. Okay, and we can knock that back now that I have things established enough. Okay, I need to get rid of like the previous sketch here. Alright, I can't select it. What layer are you? Those are all... that one. You, nostril, be gone. I have a new sketch in town. There we go. That's better. Alright. Again, let's look at their grayscale, or value. So one of the things that I'm seeing is like, I still want more contrast. So I'm going to deepen the kind of gap for the beak here. Kind of even outline the bottom of that beak there to just really stand out better, and just knock the bottom one even further back. Might have been a bit far, but total. Okay. So we have a fair amount of like warmth in the bottom of the face. Kind of this idea that it's like metal panels that can be a bit reflective, and the scene is like in sand and mud and stuff. So we're gonna get those colors kind of coming through here. So let me just kind of block in that. I'm gonna drop it below that layer. Great. The blue above, the sky color above. Can in fact get a lot more brightness up there. Right? And a cool technique that I really love seeing, but I don't use much because I don't do line work, um, is to actually like color the line work itself. So here I'm kind of keeping the line work in further than I normally do. Normally this would just be considered like a sketch, and then I slowly lower the opacity of it until it kind of vanishes. In this case, what I might try is doing exactly that, taking the actual line work and then going in and actually like painting it to be a different color. So for here, maybe I do kind of like the shadow color for that. Yeah. So knock that all back a bit. And on the underside of things, we'll get deeper kind of shadows. All right. This eye is feeling a bit crazy. Looks like he's either snoring or smiling very deeply. Okay, I'm gonna give this a save. All right, I think that that's maybe an okay start for the face. It's not where I want it ultimately. I think there's some parts of it that I'm not satisfied with yet, but we're getting closer. But I think to be more productive, I'm gonna kind of move on and come back to that because it's hard to like really gauge where something's at if it's, you know, not able to be compared to other elements, which still need to be resolved more. So like all these kind of deep shadows here, I think I'm gonna knock back. Deep shadows I want to be when you're kind of peering in between the plates of things. So it really does depend on the angle I'm seeing it at, but like the stuff right at the edges, I don't think I would actually get that kind of deep texture reveal. I might even get like the reflected color of the surface it's on more so than a deep, deep shadow. Cute. Okay. Also in the OG, yeah, like there's more three-dimensional panels. This is just kind of like bubbles drawn on. So I clearly need to actually address the being too much like line work, because again, that's not my style. I don't leave line work in my art. I'll do it to kind of like illustrate it and figure out the image, but I always kind of paint it out. kind of shadow underneath all these. All right. It's okay. The eyes get a little lost. I need to kind of like build up the contrast and that smile kind of look to it. Right? I think I need to go above that layer to really kind of be able to hit the full contrast. That's better. Yeah, okay. So save. Alright, so I could do the same thing for the paws, the claws, the talons, the feetsies. But what else might we need to tackle? I don't have this droid blocked in. Hello? There we go. Didn't grab the color. Thank you. Glad you like the sheen on the head. So one of the ideas was to use the OG kind of shell pattern. And what I could do for that... doing like a gradient over the whole shell, which not a great way. I kind of always regret doing like an adjustment layer over everything. It just makes kind of tweaking things down the line a lot more complicated, so see how that goes. Alright, so there'd be a dot there, and maybe that. What else do we have going on in the shell? Kind of goes out here and maybe segments out. Again, we don't need it to be like hyper accurate. Can I fit anything else? Do I want to fit anything else? I'm just going to put a dot here and here. Why not? Metallics in general are a fun challenge, but also a pain to render in non-metallic in general, let alone for so many curved surfaces. Then you all have to do the entire Chrome series. So I'm a weirdo. I actually, some of my favorite stuff to render is metallics and reflections and that kind of stuff. I don't know why. I think because like my brain thinks in terms of like photon vectors and like mirror kind of like I can't picture an apple, but I can three-dimension an apple in my head. And so like I like thinking of things and wrapping reflections and that kind of stuff. Like it fascinates my brain, and I enjoy kind of like capturing the feeling of metals and like the environment and light qualities on materials, right? Whereas like creating the form that tells the story doesn't always kind of like work in my brain as well as I like, and so it's kind of like I have to back and forth on things. Whereas like texturing things is, I don't know, it's like maybe if you like play an instrument, it's kind of like it feels more second nature to me to kind of like just you know explore a surface texture and try and make it feel like a specific material in a specific environment like that. There's something there that I kind of like can endlessly find joy in. The art team I think has some similarities with that. Maybe not on the same in the same way as I do, but like one of our favorite times of year is the spring egg hunt because it's like here's a sphere, like it's a weird oblong sphere, but do some weird fun texture stuff on this. Like make it look like slime, make it look like a glowing gemstone. Give it like plating and bolts and like magic crackling and like that kind of stuff is just joy. So we always really are like, I wish we could do like 30 eggs every year because I just enjoy creating these. Um, so I don't know. It's an interesting thing. But yeah, like metallics, I find very fun. When there's like chrome traps and stuff like that, I'm like the first one to jump on them if I'm not too busy. So yeah, I had like a very good teacher in terms of kind of like learning lighting and kind of you know the physics of that stuff, and it clicked. So I don't know something about that. Yeah, the Megs are super fun and pretty. Thank you very much. Yeah, they're really like honestly, it's just fun. They're just fun to draw. Because they're like, here's a question, come up with a fairly simple solution. You know, like, is this referencing a specific character? Is it referencing a location? Is it referencing an ingredient? And just kind of like have a predefined shape and then like there's so many constraints that already exist that it only becomes kind of like problem solving that like as soon as you've kind of like come up with a solution you know immediately if you've done the task, right? um I don't know if that makes sense, but like it's a very validating exercise to just have this very small, very kind of like one note kind of creation. um but like you can really go far with the like technical illustration on it too, which you can only like you can go as far as you can, but then it's like it's just a sphere, guys. Like you're done now, you know. Whereas a mouse, a boss, I could just work on it for weeks and weeks if given the opportunity, because it's like no, I could keep pushing that. I want the knuckles to look amazing, you know, like um but yeah, so there's kind of like a limit on them, which maybe is part of why they're so satisfying because you can actually like get to the pinnacle of an egg, if you will, where it's like, okay, it's finally reached its peak. This egg has peaked. Whereas a lot of other things, it's like you can always make it cooler. You can always make it more epic. Okay, try and multiply. Okay, I'm currently going purple with this gift, but like that doesn't need to be the color. We got a lot of that happening already. So like maybe there is a better color I should go for this gift. Do you have any suggestions for me, chat? Now, another thing about doing the stream is yes, I tend to have fairly productive good art days because I'm just nonstop. The downside to that is it's kind of like burning a candle from both ends. It becomes a bit taxing because it's just nonstop. Like I will kind of keep going until it's kind of like, okay, I've depleted my energy. But that said, like for those days, totally always worth it. Like a similar kind of work day where I don't kind of like go full tilt and I get, little micro breaks regularly because it's less kind of like so focused I enter the flow state for most of the day. Um, it will be, like still quite productive, but like not nearly on the same level. So although I could work longer, um, I won't get necessarily as much done. But yeah, so that also means that like during the stream, there comes a time when it's like, okay, I'm starting to feel exhaustion, so I might need to wrap up. Um, I'm not there yet, but I am starting to kind of like feel that battery drain and getting that notification from my body that it's like, okay, you're starting to get a little bit tired now. But that said, I am not unfamiliar with running this way for like 7 hours straight. I teach a leatherworking class like every other week, like on Saturdays, and that's a 5 hour workshop where I'm just like the whole time. But I think part of it is when I have like someone in the chat or a person in, like in front of me who's kind of like responding and validating kind of all this kind of just rambling. Um, it kind of refuels that battery. So like when I feel like I'm just kind of talking into the empty space, sometimes I get a little extra tired about it. But if there's like lots of back and forth, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm still good to go, you know. Okay, let's take this sketch down. I think it's been serving its purpose. Aside from like the toes and the droids, it's kind of got a little bit of everything. So I'm going to save. I know there's just at a glance elements that are like, this is unbalanced. I don't like it. So the rim here, this kind of shell bridge thing to cake, bad contrast. Like we have no separation. One of them blends into the other. The like grooved details into it is like insanely contrasted. The neck kind of scrunching into it. I'm not sure what's overlapping what. I need to define that better. Um, the the hat, it's fine actually. Like it's very bright, so it's probably going to tone down because of the environment it's in. But like, it's got some decent contrast. That's nice. But yeah, like, there's going to be different reflections working on it. Paws just don't even have anything. They're flat. Yeah. Yeah. Red orange might be good, like the balloon. Yeah, okay, let's try that for the trap. Red orange. I agree with that. So, I'm gonna just try doing like a colorized layer over top. And I'm gonna grab a red, because that kind of like works out to be a bit red-orange. The hue, let's try hue. That's maybe a little better. But it's like very like starburst looking right now. I think I need more kind of saturation or something. And then more shadow. I think I just made it more starburst looking. If anything. Okay, so I think I want to work in like maybe more like this kind of purple as the shadows. Get more cool color into these shadows. And then I think doing like something like polka dot or whatnot might help reveal, oh, this is wrapping paper. Because right now, it's some kind of scrunched box. Maybe. I don't even think it's like communicating that as well as it could. The shell area behind this, I think, just needs to be like really dark. And then the transition here between like the side of the neck and forward, I think I just want that to like have more of a gradient to it. Right, so it's got a little bit of that like metal. It's maybe almost too chrome-like. I think I need to make it more like iron oxide kind of, more kind of crusty underwater metal, tarnished, as opposed to like shiny mirror. Um, okay, it's getting there. Again, it like, I find at least how it works for me when I'm illustrating. I can be like, it's not right, it's not right, doesn't look right, and then I'm like nearly done the image, and I'm still like, something's not quite working yet. Uh, I don't know what it is. Like, it's not quite right, and then like I do like one little detail tweak, and suddenly it's like, okay, it's fine, it works now. So I try not to worry too much when like I'm having a bad art day and things aren't kind of like looking how I want them to. A lot of the time, it's just like I just need to step back and try again tomorrow, right? And like often having that like reset of like fresh perspective does reveal right away, like just kind of like seeing it with fresh eyes is just like, oh, that looks wrong. That's what it was. Um, so it's an interesting thing. Okay, I need to get like this glowy band here to kind of like make it the same creature, right? So there's like little glowy kind of beads of light between these panels, which kind of take over that outline a little bit. And again, like I'm just going for the concept that exists. I'm not trying to like put it all the light beams in the exact same spots, because that would just be like too much effort to make it exactly the same. I don't work that way. Yeah, I mean like it's things like that. The glowy that can suddenly, it's like now it's the thing that I want it to be, right? Like I'm not saying that's what's happening for me right now, but like sometimes it'll be like it's close, but it's not quite it. It doesn't. It's not right. Something's missing. And then yeah, just a detail like this. Suddenly, it's like yes. Now it's revealed. I don't know. Maybe it's that kind of like idea of like uh, the sculptor and the material, and like their job is to release the character from the material, not like command the material to become something. It's like that thing was always in there, and they're just trying to like let it come out and reveal it. And a lot of time, making art feels like that to me. So like while I'm kind of doing these streams, people are sharing ideas, and sometimes the idea that I try, it's like that's exactly correct. That's what's supposed to be here. That's what I need to like reveal. I'll just knock that back. Even though it's like a light source thing, I think I still want there to be this kind of like, hierarchy of kind of like, oh no, that's still in shadow. That's still supposed to be like obscured a bit. Even though it's like a glowy thing inside of a dark area, which would be interesting contrast. I'm still going to pull it down and not make it like huge contrast, because like this is like the this part of the neck, like the collarbone. I don't need you to be staring at that part. I want you to look at the face. So I'm going to kind of bring that contrast down and make sure it's somewhere more interesting, like this part of the head, right? So like really kind of getting hard edged kind of details and things, where there's like found edges and lost edges, like and what I mean by found edge and lost edge is like lost edge is one that kind of gets soft and blurred, and a found edge is like a hard edged line, and those can really become focal points that I find are quite powerful. where you're saying like, oh, if this has like a soft lost edge to it, it's not as important. You don't need to, because like it's almost out of focus. I'm telling your brain this is currently out of focus when you're looking at it. Therefore, you're not actually attempting to look at it, so you can ignore it. Whereas if I have like it's really sharp and you can see well-defined features, there's a crisp edge that kind of reveals to your brain you are looking directly at this and noticing these crisp details. You are paying attention to this right now. I kind of like tell your brain what to think about things, so it's kind of cool. Like up here, even though it's an interesting kind of spot, I don't necessarily need you to kind of like pay much attention to all those little textures. So I'm actually going to make it a fuzzy kind of, you know, those edges aren't really crisp and sharp. They're blurry. There's not huge contrast anywhere. Well, it's interesting. It might kind of, well, I guess it is fairly contrasty, so it's pretty strong. I'm going to knock that contrast down a bit. There we go. But yeah, like your eye is maybe drawn more to this eye and other things. Okay, well, let's see. There's definitely a lot left to do. We are just about at 4 o'clock, and I think my battery is starting to go beep, 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 beep. So I think I'm gonna wrap up, because there does get to be a point where it's like, okay, I'm starting to kind of like lose focus again because I get tired, and that's when it's just kind of like I don't feel like things are gonna go in the right directions if I'm not paying attention. I'm not kind of like engaged because I'm getting kind of like drifty attention and a bit, you know, kind of zone out almost, but like not in the good zone out. Like there's, as a creator, as an artist, like you zone out when you're really working at something, and that's like flow state. But then there's like just exhausted zone out, and that's different. That's like you just stop even noticing what you do, and you just kind of like repeating, you know, the motions, and things don't work as well. So I don't want to like end up doing a bunch of work that I'm just like, what was I doing? And undo it. It's better to maybe stop here, get some fresh air, and kind of, you know, wrap up what tasks I have to off stream anyways. So I should probably do that. But yeah, hey, no, I'm glad you hung out. Thank you for, you know, being in the chat and kind of just having, you know, a presence there, chatting with me. I always appreciate that. Yeah, there's definitely like now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, that beak is big. I want to scale the head down more. I want to scale up certain things. This is kind of what happens where it's like I've gotten it to a point where I can really look at it, but like I don't have the energy to really kind of tackle that at the moment. And on Monday, when I look at this fresh, I'm going to just have so much more to think, like so much more to kind of like see, because I won't have been staring at it for so long that I'm just blind to it. So yeah, this is me, like my body is like cut off point. Plus I have other things I want to wrap up anyways, so I should go do that. But thank you so much everyone for being a part of this. Let's get the time lapse going, just so we can enjoy our productive day today. I'm quite happy with what we've got. It's obviously not done. There's a lot left to do, but like the vision is here. Like I know exactly where I want to kind of continue going forward and take it to places. And again, this was, you know, from your input that kind of brought me to this place with it. So let's enjoy this time lapse. Just kind of, unfortunately, I didn't get all of the actual sketching, um, but I'm definitely gonna have fun with that like stretching balloon character and putting more droids in it, just because I do think that's cute. And there's see, this is what I'm talking about, where like the sketch has something to it. There's a vitality. There's something. I think this smile with the eyes like this is more kind of like I'm in Zen mode. I'm just content. I'm you know like happy eyes. These are like almost too happy. I don't know. Maybe they're fine. They're probably fine. Yeah. Backwards banner. Got some candles. Got a lot of fun textures to work through. Oh, I love that. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that you might start drawing again. Like I'm more than happy to kind of just be able to kind of, share my passion and hope that other people will get excited about it because of that. So, absolutely, you should pull out like your favorite kind of medium and just play with it. Have fun. Don't worry about it like going in any kind of, oh, it's going to work and I'm going to make something, just play with it. Have fun. Uh, Especially if it's like you're trying to get back into it. Don't go in with any expectations. Just play. Yeah, and you should have a good time. Because yeah, a lot of people like when they kind of bounce off of a something that's like pretty skill based. Art is very much a lot of skill involved, a lot of learning. Any artist you talk to, they will tell you they're always learning. They're never at their peak. Um, and so as long as you're kind of approaching a skill, like playing an instrument, uh, building something, crafting something, creating something, uh, going in with the mindset of kind of like I don't have expectations that is going to be what I need it to be, like what I want it to be, but rather going in with a kind of willingness for you know things to not necessarily work, but like I'm open to learning from that. I'm open to kind of like seeing what's possible, and then trying other things and just seeing what else I can do, and allowing yourself to kind of like not be perfect is pretty important. Because yeah, that's just the best way to prevent yourself from making any kind of growth is having unrealistic expectations. Like my family is very musical, and anytime I visit, we love to jam together, like just pull out instruments, have some music, and like my parents are so good that they could just you'd have a room of people with no skills at all, and they'll still make it sound good because they play over, and you just kind of like partake in it. But like everyone has an instrument or they're singing or whatever. I'm not a musical person, but like uh, I have been attempting to learn, and it's one step at a time. Uh, and if I was like really dedicated, I'm sure I could be pretty decent. But I'm doing it for fun, and there's a joy in just kind of being exploratory, not caring if it's terrible or not, and just enjoying the process and the journey. And yeah, I think everyone should have something like that that is theirs to just like be mediocre at, be able to kind of like track your own growth and like be excited when you actually discover that you have grown. And like you can look back and be like, oh, you know, I've changed and learned things, but I'm also like very aware that there's just so much more I get to learn and be excited about that. Because that's just, I don't know, that fuels me personally. Um, always want to kind of keep learning and growing. But yeah, I think that's going to be that for me. I will post the Larry link again. Uh, Super Brief Factory in the background. I will try to remember that. I can't guarantee it's going to get in there in the end because that's a lot of detail that might be hard to fit. But If I'm like, you know what, it needs something in this corner, and it's just a subtle, cool reference, then that'd be pretty sweet. So here's the Larry link again in the chat. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you all. You're an amazing community, and I'm very, very, very privileged to get to like do this as literally my career. It's an incredible, incredible thing that I'm just very thankful about, and just really appreciate you all. And I hope you're enjoying the new area, new content, and looking forward to more events coming up. So I'll see you next time. Probably Dave next week. But yeah, I'll see you probably in 2. But until then, happy hunting, everyone, and I will catch you later. Bye for now. Bye. Oh yeah, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and yeah, I'll catch you later.